Alright, let's put some music on. Yes. 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 Alrighty. Oh my god. I showered. I took a cold shower today. I've been doing cold showers pretty much every single day for like the last like month. Not on purpose. They were kind of forced onto me because we have this hot water heater that... Oh, fuck, I forgot to turn this off. Hold on a second. There it is. So I have this, we have this hot water thingy that we use for hot water with the shower. And it broke. So basically what we're doing is you just have to shower with cold water, but it's not so cold. It's like not frigid. It's actually a lot warmer out here than cold water out in the States. I don't know if they cool cold water in the States, to be honest, because it's definitely a lot colder in the States. But I've been showering with cold water and it feels good. It wakes me up in the morning. It feels like, good. It's nice. So I've been doing that for like the last like month, and it kind of wakes me up. I was feeling not doing some work today. I was feeling not doing work today, but I'm taking off Friday, so I'm hanging in there as best I can. I'm on day like 12 of working every single day. And yesterday I only worked like 3-4 hours or something like that before I stopped. And today I kind of want to do the same thing, just because it's like I said, I've been doing I'm pulling these fucking long ass days and just literally every day. So I'm burned out. I'm really burned out. Like I want to take a day off so bad, I just I'm gonna be going with my parents out to Cartago. We're gonna do like a little day trip kind of a situation out to this other part of Costa Rica. Yeah, I love those trips that we take together. It's really nice. We go out like just somewhere just pretty, just hang out, take pictures. I like taking pictures of them because it's nice. And now, yeah, so like all that's left now is pretty much, oh my goodness. Oh. Whew. So, and I enjoy that a lot. And and so yeah, we're gonna be doing that on Friday, so I have to be prepping to get stuff done before the day I take off. So it's like I can't be taking off early to then take off on Friday too. So it's like I gotta hang in there. So, and I might be taking off Saturday as well, because I might be going to a march. Actually, it's a cannabis rights march. I might be going to that just because I'm very passionate about that stuff too. I need a day off, dude. I need it bad. We'll see how long this workflow goes for. I'm trying not to start on the code base stuff yet, the repository. I might be starting that tomorrow, just because today basically all we're going to be doing is the following. Is like basically what we're doing today is this. I am going to, yesterday we did the clusters, right? So it's like we have the wiki. When I was doing the wiki for the context for all this stuff, it was actually pointing out a bunch of bugs in my code base. And so I made a ticket system from that, just like a little bit at a time. As it was bringing up more stuff, I was like, well, I might as well make like a ticket system out of this, because why not? I'm already like basically going through my entire repository, so it's like it's totally worth it. So I started doing that. And now it's like I'm getting, so it's like you have this ticket system, but it was like not filling it consistently because I didn't think about it. Was like on the go that I kind of did this. So basically it was like I was like, all right, so what I'm like, it doesn't have like a consistent formatting, so then I had to figure out formatting. And then after that there were like repeated tickets that were basically restating the same exact thing. There's a fucking fly right there. God damn it. Let's hope that got it. So yeah, basically it so there's this whole workflow that I had to do for like cleaning tickets. Then I had to do the lint systems, and I ended up restructuring the lint systems, and so that was pretty cool too. That was kind of worth it. And then I ended up doing all this other stuff, like and so then after that, the lint systems were like I restructured everything. So it's like the ingestion is just ingestion, the lint system is just a lint system, then like the ticket system is inside the ingestion system, but then there's like a ticket cleanup system that I made outside of that. I made work zones for everything, like work zone folders. It's pretty put together now. I'm pretty proud of it. And then after that I took this other thing where basically I grabbed the, oh my god, fuck, I missed. So basically I grabbed a fucking flies, dude. Basically I grabbed the entirety of my repository, and then I made an upstream to downstream map in relation to my actual repository. And so that was pretty good too, because then what I ended up doing was using that as the foundation for my structuring for the ticket clusters and organizations. So I fit it within the clusters of upstream to downstream. Now I'm going to organize the tasks upstream to downstream in relation to the clusters. And then what I'm going to do is basically grab those and I'm going to put them inside of a calendar. But the goal here is I am not going to set up my calendar with MCP because they charge money, additional money. Cloud Code charges additional money to do that, and I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is the following. First of all, I'm going to see if there is a desktop client for Google Cal. If there is, dope. If there isn't, then we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is iCloud, then we're going to sync the iCloud, which I know you can do, to Google Cal, and then basically make it so, yeah, I can update like a JSON file or something like that, and it'll update on the actual local, and then it goes to the cloud. So that's basically the goal there. I'm going to basically bypass MCP servers by doing it locally instead, and then letting the actual applications take care of what they do. Alrighty, so that's essentially the goal today. Is pretty much I want to I basically want to make it so essentially what I'm trying to do is that today I'm going to basically organize tickets, organize tickets in upstream to downstream order, and then create my Google Cal. Well, that's another thing. Maybe we're gonna work on to-do systems too, because although I want the fucking, I wonder if I can actually edit a folder from, if I can create a folder. All right, hold on, like this. All right, basically, this is my repository, right? And then this is where I have my workflow, right? Well, let's say bigger folder. This is what I have in my workflow. And what I want to do is grab this right here. This is like, let's say this is like, there's different parts of my workflow inside of this. And this right here is my calendar. This goes to Claude. And Claude can read and write to it. Right? What I want to see is if I can create a JSON file in here that goes to iCal. Then iCal goes to Google Cal, which is what I use. Now, how do I make it so this can sync up? Then, but from this folder, that way Claude can still read and write to it and utilize that as a to-do list. So we have tickets, and we have a little to-do list. And then both of these need to go to iCal file, which goes to iCal, which goes to Google Cal. Then the other thing I gotta prep, because we're gonna be working on the other stuff, is we gotta do it. We gotta make it so it goes. It needs to go from. It needs to go from. So this is just today. But moving forward, what I need to do is make ticket workflow management. I already have the wiki management. In the sense, when you do push, it does push. So maybe we do it in the git push, actually. That would be a good spot. Because then it doesn't do it like right when, doesn't have to do it like right when, as it's getting done. It doesn't worry about that. It just offsets it until it goes, it sees what you did for the day. Did it go through? Done, cool, keep going. And maybe during git push, the git push workflow that I have, checks tasks in relation to done commit message. What punya? Is that thunder or is that a motorcycle? That might have been thunder, dude. So you do gun done over commit message. So then that updates tickets, moves to finished folder. That then also, so moves to finished folder. Then that removes item from cluster. Ticket number from clusters, which then also removes iCal item. I think if we do it that way, that's everything, right? Oh, shit. Another item here. This doesn't go there, but removes ticket Should that be an ingest? Should that be ingest? Fuck. Update ingest. No. Removes ticket. No, because I'm just gonna have ticket handle ticket. That's it. Removes ticket from wiki mention page. And then the intent file is being handled by ingest, which is the different workflow. This is just a git push ticket workflow. That's all we're doing with this. Okay, I think this is solid. All right, I have to ask questions because I assumed a lot of stuff. I don't actually know this. So I'm actually gonna work with Gemini for this just because I don't want to use my fucking tokens on any of the other stuff. All right, let's see what we got here. What the fuck? Hey yo, what's good? So I wanted to see, is it possible for iCal, like what kind of files does iCal read when it's reading its schedule? Could it be updated on the back end in a file instead of updated through the GUI in terms of tasks and things and scheduling stuff? And could it be done in a way where it's not in a particular folder that it expects, but in a custom folder? Like, let's say if I put it inside of my repository where I'm building out my Claude Code workflows, and then could Claude Code also read that? All right, so it is ICS. Okay. Huh. Yeah, but that's overkill. That would be cool, But in terms of the Raspberry Pi 5, but this is for my repository that I'm working on. I'm not trying to basically make that part of my repository as I work on the Raspberry Pi 5 project. So it's like I want to keep that as sterile as possible and just avoid depending on it until the actual development is done on it. So it's like eventually I would like that very much, but for now we need to focus on the actual repository having the workflow, because then that way I can git push and it also pushes my iCal. Now, my next question is, can I get my iCal to also be forwarded to my Google Cal? That was thunder. Holy shit. No, 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 no. No, I mean, can I get my Google Cal, I mean, my iCal to update the Google Cal? It's not public though. I have a private. You're assuming I. Okay. No, but I mean, is there any way that I can get it to? No, but I mean, is there anywhere where I can just get it to update the Google Cal through iCal without actually making the API and all the other stuff? I can do that, yes. But I'd rather just keep it as simplified and as like just basically iCal, literally that one pushing it towards the Google Cal, like the application iCal pushing it towards Google Cal. Damn. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, so wait. Then quick question, is there a better file format that works with iCal than ICS, or is that the best one? Oh, then I don't need iCal. Oh, then I don't need iCal on the actual stack. I just need Google Cal because that's what I use. I thought that I needed to go through iCal in order to actually do that. So literally I could just open up my repository, create a dot ICS file inside of VSC, and then after that, literally just populate it, and then I have to make the API that does a cron job, or not a cron job, but like I can actually automate it through Claude Code to basically, I have a workflow that I have for like git push where it basically is going to update the actual file, so then I can actually just have it push the script when I do the git push. So then that way it updates the calendar accordingly. Alright, so no iCal. Well then how do I get the API? Wait a minute, would I need to update that every 7 days if I'm creating a new project? And basically I would need to update the tokens for the API, or is that something that's just gonna always work? God damn it. Alright, give me step-by-step instructions on how to get the API code. Okay, give me step-by-step instructions on how to create the API code in this way. From the top. Fuck, dude. Alrighty. Keeps fucking up. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and swap the... I'm gonna bring down the volume just a little bit. Alright. Alright. By the way, fair warning here, my fucking stream might crash. API service or with the OAuth consent screen. Everything is so much better. They did change it recently. It's actually in a better location. Things are actually in better locations. Off calendar events. So, Google Auth platform, overview, branding, audience, clients, data access. Add or remove scopes. Oh, I literally gotta type the entire thing out. Alright, nice. Update. Cool. So I added that. Oh, I'll choose external. Let me see. So I selected OAuth external, and then I got to the screen where I could do the scope, but I didn't get the prompt for fill app name and my email. Oh, fuck. Whoops. I fucked up my goddamn... Whoops. Whoops. I fucked up. Where's the testing button? I had actually fucked up and I actually took off my fucking API permissions for an application that I'm working on, and I was messing around with the other project, the incorrect project. I need to now go through and actually do this correctly. So I set up my application. And now I just need to make it so I set up the API already. And now I just need to make it so I can actually go to publish the app. Where do I do that? No, I have to worry about that because I fucked up. Now I haven't fucked up my own project. Alright. Oh my god, my head hurts, dude. I have a headache. What the fuck? It's so weird. I have a headache. Alright, dude, I'll be right back. It just feels gross. It just like came on right like suddenly. Well, I didn't done goof. I straight up, I done goofed a little bit, but not all the way. Fuck. I ended up talking to my parents, so that was nice though. It was nice to hang out with them a little bit. I just hung out with them for a split sec. Give myself a little bit of time. Goddamn flies, dude. Alright, let me see if I can get this thing. I might have gotten it. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Alright. It's fine. I'll just redo it later. Select the correct project. Go to the consent screen. Find the status box. Publishing status. I don't see that. Publish app. God damn it! It says it says that I need to do the fucking verification. It's telling me I need to. No, what I mean is basically when I went to go to publish the app, it tells me I need to submit verification. All right, so now do I need to create a client? What are the next steps? I'm already past that step, so it's showing that I need to do but it's showing in production, so I think it should be okay. I'm gonna make a .env file for this. That way I don't need to worry about that. Like basically it should not back up the client secret, right? All right. So let's do that real quick. We're gonna make a new folder. Oops, that's a .env. To trash. We need a .env file. All right. So this part I'm not gonna be able to show in a sec, but it's fine. I'm gonna add that to my git ignore real quick. All right. All right, cool. Alrighty, so that's done. Alrighty. So now. I'm gonna do a bit of venv source venv /bin/activate clear like this, pip install. But before then, I gotta, you know what, the other thing I decided I was gonna do is actually this. The next thing we gotta do is actually create a workflow for a sift action within the actual, oh fuck. The next thing we actually got to do is create a workflow step for sifting and organizing the actual clusters. So not the actual clusters themselves, but the tickets within the cluster. And then basically we got to figure out how to make it so it'll figure it out in terms of what order they should be done in. That's the goal. But meanwhile I do this, I'm going to do that real quick actually before I forget. So, in relation to actually organizing the actual fucking tickets, we need to figure out what is the order of operations for that. So, section, cluster by cluster. Use crossref So basically, use the crossref to find the parent action. I think you should use these. It should use those to basically, and then basically go down the list like that. Organize with one, and then if it has a parent, then the next one, if it's a parent of that one. Basically, yeah. Okay. I think Wait, what do you? All right, you're running a little bit fast here. Okay, I'm asking you if you were ready to receive context. I was not asking you for rules. Okay, so what I was thinking is basically going cluster by cluster, one at a time, and then basically using the cross references to find the parent tickets. So it's like basically the goal is to always find the parent ticket of the other tickets, and just basically go one at a time until eventually you have an entire list of items that what you're going to be editing essentially is going to be the ticket clusters. We don't need to organize the tickets in order. We're going to use the ticket clusters as the source of truth for the order of operations. It's already in upstream to downstream order in relation to clusters. Now what we got to do is basically gather each cluster and then do that one upstream to downstream per cluster. Do you get what I'm saying there? So we're looking for the parent tickets of the seed tickets, like what needs to be done before this, all from the per cluster. Exactly. Alright, let's answer some questions real quick before we move on with the fucking API shit. Alright, so that's what I said. That's what I started trying to do. And I was like, no, you're... So I gave it this context here. Alright. There should be a thing at the top of each ticket that has the cross-reference tickets. I figured that could be a good place to go in relation to being able to find the related tickets to figure out what is the parent ticket of each action. Or the other way is just basically, do you want to ingest the list of tickets per cluster and then decide from there? Basically, it'll do one cluster at a time. It can only, like, the workflow should only ever ingest one cluster at a time to basically make them decide what the order should be done in. Does that make sense? I mean, if you can work off of the descriptions within the clusters, that would be ideal, and then double check it by ingesting all the tickets that are actually within. You could do a grep to basically search the actual tickets that are within the cluster, and then basically ingest that and just ingest those for context, for additional context to double check the work. So the first step would be basically if you can do it off of the descriptions and the ticket numbers, and then after that, if you need more context to double check it, grep the specific tickets that are within the cluster, ingest those specific ones, and double check your work with that with that context. One cluster at a time. Workflow ingest one single cluster. Pass. Yes. No. Pass one is description order. No. Pass one is description only ordering. It should not actually... No, actually that kind of makes sense. Let me just double check the tickets. They should have the cross references at the top, but I just want to make sure that they actually do. Why is that there? Wait a minute, what is this? Quick question, what is this file? It shouldn't be doing this. It should literally just be applying the changes. It should not create a separate file, because then I don't know which is the most recent one. It's supposed to just do it, and if it needed to create a temporary file to apply the changes, that's the whole purpose of the previous steps. That's the whole purpose of A, B, and C. 1A, 1B, 1C. That's the whole purpose of that, is the context, so then it's just doing mechanical edits. I don't understand why it's creating a whole separate file for it. Exactly, but it shouldn't be rewriting the entirety of the tickets file. It should just be updating the mechanical edits that are pointed to by the fucking step 1A, 1B, 1C. That's the whole point of that. It's supposed to just be editing directly into the file. I don't know, does it benefit from doing this? I mean, it's a lot of context tokens to actually do that. It's basically rewriting the document every single time. That's not good. So the next thing, yeah, read the 3 specs about the report and then to get context again. Read ticketdoctor.md and then put together a proposed script. Yeah, a spec edit for that, because that shouldn't be like that. Holy shit, dude, that was crazy. Alrighty, but anyway, yeah, there is a cross refs. Yeah, it's called cross dash refs. Written out like that. Not all of them have cross refs. Shit. Yeah, after this point here, I started actually doing that. And you can actually ingest the entire ticket, not just the description. I think that having the entirety of all the details of the ticket could be helpful, because it does include the cross refs as well for pass 2. For pass 2, I think pass 2 should always be run, without a doubt. And then unresolved ambiguity, yeah, flag for a questionnaire, and you already have the questionnaire files already made inside of the ticket work zone, so use that one. And then per the actions, and then for the, there should be a, I guess, pass 3, which would be the, well, not pass 3, but step 3 of this process, which would be basically a questionnaire. If there's a questionnaire, answer the questionnaire, like I have to answer it, and then with the answers, essentially just apply the actions right away, and then delete the questions. Follow basically how 1A, 1B, 1C works, and then 1E. Basically, essentially from the ticket doctor, right? So basically you create a queue. Once you have the answers, add them to the queue. Then after that, a separate step to apply the changes. So that would be a step 4. What do you think of that? Give me a feedback on this whole thing and propose something, please. Thank you. All right, let's see what this was, how this is going. Does my question is though, does the sidecar backup help it? I mean, does that help it, or is that like useless? I need to know what you think about that too, because I don't know if that would actually be a waste of tokens or if that actually helps with the context. That explains why I fucking burned all those tokens doing those changes. That's a non-issue, the caveat, because to be honest, this is part of the same workflow. This is an ecosystem of workflow. So this is all part of the same thing. So yeah, apply the prohibition, run it. Everything that you're recommending. God, it feels good to be working with multiple agents now again. Not just answering fucking questions. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, the clusters are using the atlas.md as the source of truth. So yeah, there should be some sort of architectural guard there, without a doubt. My quick question is, should it do the second part instead of running the first one? So like doing the ticket number / description sift, is that pointless? Is that like a waste of tokens? Because it kind of feels like it, because you're getting way more context in the second pass that you're gonna just, it would just basically make more sense, right? Just to run that one, because then it's like less things that it's doing per action, per run through. There we go. So we're working on Ticket Doctor here, and then this one is working on Ticket Organizer. So it's not going to be like stepping on each other's toes. All right. Meanwhile, that's doing that. I can keep going here. All right. Oh fuck. I need to I need to redo this. Hold on a second. Fuck. Alright, let's go like this. I'm gonna need to redo that. So we're gonna go here for right now. Delete this, delete that. Delete. Create client. Desktop app. API create. Then here I will download the actual JSON. To the desktop. Save. Sort by date added, and there it is. Alright, cool. I'll be right back. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Go! God damn! Hot diggity damn, dude! Oh. Oh. Another one got in! Go! 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 Oh. Hot damn, dude! These freaking beetles! Alrighty, I just hung out with my little kitty for a split second. Alrighty. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and actually just copy these directly into. God damn it. Alrighty, why'd this open there? Okay, so, alright, so I need to do the client ID, the project ID, and the token. And then there should be like a client secret in there too. Alright, so let's do fade to black. Let me see, does this? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Alright. It overrides it. So basically, yeah, sorry dude, you can't see this part. This is how should I format my env? Do I need the client secret, all the other stuff? I mean, I need the client secret definitely. I need the client ID definitely. Do I need the project ID? Do I need the auth URI? Do I need the token URI? Do I need each one of them in a separate, like, as part of a single? How do I format the .env? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. It's per action, basically. All right, so I got my .json file, my JSON file with my client secret, all that stuff. How do I... All right, so I got my JSON file with my client secret, all this stuff. Like I got it, I got everything. So what's the next step here? How do I format the data into the .env file? What are the things that I need? All right, so I got to do this this mapping here. All right, so I'm going to do that real quick. Client ID first. All right, next would be client secret. Then next would be project ID. All right, so .env saved. All right, good. I closed the JSON file, and now we're back. All right, I already did the git ignore for that. That's already good to go. Yeah, .env is git ignored. I already installed. All right. I need the Python script. Now I need the steps. I need the steps of the Python script. Again, if you can give them to me in order. Everything after. Now I have the env set up. I have the other stuff like everything. I'm sorry, the env set up. So now the next step is basically getting the Python script in. Then after that, I need to for the login and any of the Python script stuff. I haven't done any of that stuff yet. And then I need the actual Python script for updating the calendar through the API. And then yeah, just give me all the steps from after the .env. All right, I already did that. All right, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna go into coordination, scheduling assets. New file, and we're gonna call this sync underscore gcal dot py. I don't have the .env file. I think I need an updated import for the env file. That's the location of the file. There's no load.env. There's no load.env. There's no .env file. Why are you personalizing? No. No, I'm saying it hasn't been created yet. It should be another script that I create. I think I'm just gonna go with Claude Code on this, just because you have no context on my actual fucking stuff. So I just you're not answering correctly. All right, so basically that file exists, but what doesn't exist is that import. Ah, that's a fucking Python module. I didn't know that. Oh, it was already installed. All right, whatever. All right. All right. All right, the steps. I still haven't created the .ics file. I need to do that. Can I just basically create a file and call it .ics within VSC? Now I need to update the location of the ICS file within my script. Can you give me the full updated script? Oops. Awesome. Alrighty. So what is this with the first login that I'm supposed to do? Am I only supposed to do the login one time and then after that it can be automated? Where does it save the token.json file? Because I don't know if I should save that within my actual GitHub itself. I feel like that's not something I should save there. I'm gonna make a git ignore folder for it, I think. Alright, so basically I'm gonna just put it. Alright. Does it have the location of where, does the script have the location of where to save the JSON file? It should just save it in the same scheduling assets folder. Alright, cool. Why did it make it shorter? Weird. Cool. Delete this one. Move to trash. What we're gonna do is a new file, and we're gonna make this one and call it. For now, that's fine. We can close this off. Let me save this. Delete that. Close that off. Fuck. I forgot to mention. This is the name of the .ics file. Fuck. I almost forgot that part. It's just doing a quick fucking change and it's rewriting the script every time. Let's see, 85. Eponia. Paste 90. Make it longer again. Weird. Okay, now basically I run the script once and the first time it'll pop up the thing, it'll create the token for me and then it'll have the token. The git ignore will ignore the token on the pushes and then, so that's taken care of. And then after that, I don't need to ever refresh that, right? Perfect. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, so let's copy path. Now let's do this. Let's do Python 3, run the script. It'll open this. Let's log in. Advanced. Go to this. Continue. Authentication complete. It made the JSON file. Nice. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Alright. So, yeah, it made the JSON file. But I got an error. It successfully made the JSON file, but I got an error. Ah, that's perfectly fine. Still got an error. Oh, it's not enabled? Fuck. That was smart. Enable. Alright. Alright, so now let's try running this shit again. Yes! Now this is set up. Copy right here, paste, just give it the good to go. Alrighty. Yeah, I have this whole ticket system I'm working on. It's the whole thing with Cloud Code. I'm not gonna tell you that. Fucking what? No way. You're using this for training data. Fuck you. Alright, cool. What does that have to do with my pronouns? What does that have to do with my pronouns? Thank you. I appreciate that you watched out for that. That's kind of cool, though. Thank you. I appreciate that more than you realize. You don't really need that context. I appreciate you trying to find out about that or being curious about it, but you're probably going to use that as training data, and I'm not going to give you that. Sorry. Yay! Alright, so we got the fucking iCal shit done. Alright, cool. This should be done now too. Alright. Yes, please update the cloud.md drift. That's okay. We're gonna hold off on pushing, not just yet. Do you need anything else from me? And do you need anything else from me in relation to this stuff that we were just working on? I don't believe so. Let's do that. Yeah, let's check for that. If there's anything that is within the wiki or any of this folder. Alright, cool. Wait. Hold on a second. Context. Where did you make this file? Should I make this a separate file? That's a fair question. Sift per cluster. It is kind of a long workflow. There shouldn't be a ticket sift queue. It should just be using the ticket fix queue. So ticket sift queue is the actions. It should be utilizing ticket questionnaire to actually hold the questions. So all questions are coming from a centralized location, and then if it came from or is that kind of redundant? Should I restructure it so basically the questionnaire is the queue? I kind of want to restructure that, but I don't want to break it. Can you handle that? Do you think that would be a good idea? Instead of having two files, I mean, like, what's the fucking point? Then it could just read it. Why have it transfer? Okay. So they still work out of ticket questionnaire. It's just that it goes from ticket questionnaire to ticket sift queue if it happens to be ticket sift queue stuff. Oh, that's fine then. That's exactly how I want. All right, just double checking here. Step 1A, 1B, 1C. If there's anything that needs resolved, it goes to ticket queue. Questionnaire. If it gets resolved from ticket questionnaire, then it goes into, from that one, from 1A, 1B, 1C, from the ticket doctor, it goes to ticket fix queue. Then same deal. So should I make a separate workflow for ticket questionnaire that handles depending the location that it came from? The other question is, should I make it a separate file because it's starting to become a larger workflow? And same with ticket sift. I think the ticket sift should potentially become its own workflow because I don't want it to be reading ticket sift workflow context when it's just running the first half. You know what I mean? For like step 1 of that, it's like the first step of the organizer. Is it too long? Should I do that? Is it worth it? Is that overkill, over engineering? Then I think we should call it ticket organizer 1 underscore cluster, ticket organizer 2 underscore sifter. For the two of those, split the sift. I think that's good. And then leave the follow the recommendation. Leave the questionnaire as a single shared file with the sections. That's all good. And then don't do the separate questionnaire .md file. Alright, so we got that done. The only things that we have left pretty much are going to be... I created the organizer. Then we're just going to troubleshoot the organizer and debug it as we go along. On the actual workflow, I'll be like looking at the tasks and steps and I'll be like, this is wrong, why is this big, and then fucking debug it as I work through this one. Yep, that's all good. That kind of edit, all good. I'm actually okay with this one. Do you have any other questions about this workflow? Anything else? Is it ready to test? Wait. What is the bug and what is the fix? Don't just fix it. I need to know what it is. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, it's supposed to use the body for inference. Yeah, it's supposed to use the body for inference. All right, you can run the changes. I just wanted to make sure that you're all good. And then in terms of the actual formatting for the first bug, that's a variable, right? That's not just going to always look for BT-001, right? Ah, dates don't actually have relevance to upstream or downstream, by the way, in relation to the, if you're using that as part of the actual inference of the actual order, that's not, that's just the date that I happen to find it. So just adding that in there. To be honest, the body is more in terms of, it has more to say in relation to the actual direction. That's how come I'm only doing cluster by cluster, because I'm gonna use max effort on it, so then that way it can infer it from the actual body data. Perfect. Any other potential bugs? Any other potential questions? Anything else in relation to this workflow? So the cluster formatting as it currently is what it is. It should be working off of the current cluster formats. I don't understand what's happening there. It's just a collection of the clusters themselves. It's supposed to track what has been sifted, what has not been sifted. That's a good thing to have, yeah. Can you summarize these? Like, this is just a lot. Like, a lot of words. I need this summarized. You're giving me way too much context. It says it puts... Yeah, it's... So it's supposed to keep the current formatting. It's not supposed to change the ticket underscore clusters.md formatting. As it is how it should be. It's just an organization of that. Having that is way too much data for what that's actually used for. That's the overview. It's not supposed to be a granular section of the actual ticket itself. It's an overview of order. Upstream to downstream. Question B. Create what file? Question C. Yes, I agree. That's a good one to have. D. Question D, agreed. Add it. Question E. Isn't that basically the same as question E? Yeah, that's a good thing to have for question B. Go for it. Question E and D, yeah, run it. Anything else left over? Wonderful. % for the week. 5%, dude, they dipped down the amount of tokens. They took away my weekly tokens, dude. They totally brought it down. Every 5% is 1% down. God damn it. So 100% is 20%. You only get 5 days a week. If you use one, you only get 5 hours. 5-hour days per week. That's some bullshit. What the fuck? Dude. It halved. That's some serious bullshit. They're doing shrinkflation like a motherfucker. Dude, what? I am so close. I am so close to giving into the dark side, dude. Alrighty. All patches landed. Respect create file first. Anything else left over? If this is clear to go, then we're clear to go. Ah! Fuck. That's true. God damn it. Yeah, if a cluster has already been sifted, fuck, that's true. Shit. So, if a cluster has already been sifted, what should we do? Fuck. Fuck. Hold on a second, I gotta mark some things off on this one here. Let me go ahead and do this. Bring this here. That's another workflow. We ended up going with a different direction with this one. Organized by category, we do have that. We did that. Reads through file, refactor consultant, scheduling agent. Compares to code wiki. That's later. Yeah, that it's a refactor consultant and then a scheduling agent. That's the next thing that we're gonna do. We just worked on ticket organizer. That's right here. Two. We're working on 2 fucking folders. All right, let's go back here. Fuck. I gotta think about this. If the cluster is already, that's true. Shit. Because here's another edge case though. What if a ticket has been added and hasn't been sifted yet? But it says that it's been sifted. So should I add the sifting date? I mean, to be honest, that's why we're also doing it by clusters, right? Instead of doing the actual. But then it's like, what if it reorganizes it to no end? And then what's keeping the actual context and what's stopping it from reflagging the questions that it's making? That's another side of it too. That actually is a pretty big one. Wait, is this applied? Does it have a log step? I forgot to check. Does this add the task to the log? Like when it does the sift or when it does the cluster? Alright, step 2 compares the cluster's current ticket IDs. The IDs in the sift queues reorder. Recorded order. So would it use the step 2 queue? Should I basically create a separate log for it or use the same log that we currently have? Then it would need to also check the log for specific sifted tasks or sift tasks that were done in the past in relation to the folder that it's, I mean, the ticket number that it's messing with. I feel like that adds so much though. Would that be something worth it? I mean, it is using effort max for it, but I don't want to like over extend the context window, because what happens when it's like way down the road, or like, you know, like I just don't want it going back like 2 years. Like I'm assuming, like let's say, I don't want it going back 2 years worth of context unnecessarily. So should I make a ticket log? Ah. How about stick? I don't like ticket sift decisions. How about ticket sift log? And then it basically, yeah, once the tickets are done and out and no longer within the actual open tickets, then they're no longer relevant. So it's not going to be, so it's basically going to be comparing date and then the actual ticket numbers, and it will only read those. It doesn't, so that way it doesn't like, doesn't have to read the entire log for that, right? I think that might be worth it. Then keep ticket doctor within the log.md. Well, having it centralized, okay, so having it centralized, then have it search like within basically log.md. That's what you're recommending, correct? And then basically having it search by date and ticket number, so then that way it's doing a grep and not doing a read of all of everything. You know what I mean? I think, honestly, I think that architecture works. No, yeah, having ticket sift. All right, having ticket sift decisions.md works. And then basically, instead of having it read the entire log, have it just do a grep and then for the date and then the ticket number. If it has both of them within the actual entry, then it's good to go. That's a valid consideration for context. But other than that, it should ignore everything else. That way it optimizes the token count. And then and yeah, as long as it keeps doing the log.md as well on top of that as like just a general audit trail there, just like as a centralized location for that makes sense. I like it. Do you need to update cloud.md for that in any shape or form? Alrighty. This fully covers resifs. Any other gaps available that you can find? I'm just gonna have it look one more time just to be on the safe side. God damn it. Why would it need to refuse? Why would step 2E require to refuse stale? Membership. like or anything like that. That it's supposed to be modular workflows, so that's outside of the scope of what it does. It should not be thinking, it should just be executing. Sift decides what goes in or not. Then cluster decides, before then, cluster decides what goes in the clusters. Sift decides what order things are in, and then 2 should just be literally executing. Wait. I haven't cleared up the other ones. Hold on a second. G2, yes, I believe that it should be able to basically reorganize if it needs to. What step is this in relation to? But once again, remember the architecture of the steps and the order of operations here. There should be no duplicate pairs. Duplicate pairs is a cluster workflow challenge. That's already being addressed by that. There will never be duplicates. Double check cluster workflow, but there should not be any duplicates. It should only ever basically say that it's sifted, but that's only really used for the first initial sift. Honestly, is that even necessary? I think that's over engineering, to be honest. They basically like making sure that it's not resifting it should just sift. I mean honestly, it should just sift. It should just be a sift tool. And whatever, like it can compare, like maybe using the sifted as a trigger to check the gaps. Sift log, yeah, that makes sense. But in the sense of like differentiating to see which one it should, no. If it's being triggered, it's being triggered. G5, very rare edge case, but that should be a cluster workflow step. Or anything like that, any kind of safety, that's in cluster. invalidating a log decision, that should just be a question. That should generate a question. If it really needs to consider potentially invalidating something, then that would be a question. I mean, honestly, I don't think... let's look at it this way. The order that it's placed in is in relation to the current order of tickets that exists within the cluster. If there's a new ticket that goes before it, obviously it invalidates it. So why overthink it? At that point, if it fits before it, it fits before it. You know what I mean? If it fits after it, it fits after it. That's what I'm saying, where it should just be just ordering kind of workflow. I don't think it needs to be thinking about all these other aspects of it. Please, you can continue, but please consider, but please propose something first. And please, for the love of God, keep it condensed. If you do bullet points, make sure there is a gap between bullet points, so it doesn't just go text and then next bullet point. So it goes bullet point, text, gap, bullet point, text, like that, please. What, dude? You went through it. You did it before fucking... fuck. Alright, thankfully you did it correctly, but you did not pay attention. I said proposal, make a proposal, and then you just did it. Let's add a couple of things to the Claude.md file. When I say make a proposal, make a proposal. Do not actually execute. Then the second thing that I want is update the formatting steps for like formatting instructions to please include the gaps between things. So it's like if it says like if it does bullet points, first of all, condensed explanations, bottom line, like if it has a question, ask the question, don't give me the context instead of the fucking question. Give me the question. It does that a lot. And then after that, formatting. If there's bulleted, please do bulleted formatting for things. I prefer that. And make sure there's gaps between the bullets. So it goes bullet, text, and then all of a sudden there's a gap of blank space, bulleted, text, gap, blank space, like get black, like gap. Same deal over and over and over for the bullets. That way they're separated and it's not just continuous text. It really is hard for me to read when it's like that. That's the whole point of having it short and like shorter too, in the sense of like not having it go all the way to the right. And like the actual formatting that I currently have. If you can please update that. Oh my god. That way there's a space between bullets. Like a gap. A line gap. Please propose what the changes are going to be from this. You see, like, for example, where I have add one and there's a space in the gap, that's correct. But look at what happens. There's another bullet point. When the user says propose all that stuff, and it goes all the way to, it says wait for explicit go, period, and it just goes right to the next bullet point. It doesn't actually create a space or a gap there. Please make sure that anytime a bullet is made, there's a gap between the previous bullet and the next bullet. A line gap. Every single time. And you're saying the opposite of what I'm looking for the question. Discipline. Not lead with the context. I would lead with the question, yeah. My bad, dude. Lead with the question. And then the last thing is definitely please condense information. All information, any response, anything that is sent to me should be condensed and the main point, not the context, the main points. If I need context in general, I will ask for context. But what I need is literally, like, at max, short sentences to the point. I need some sort of variables that define something that gives me enough data without keeping it too overly short. Nope, you didn't do it yet. You didn't do it again. Alright, I gotta go get the kitty in. I'm gonna get her inside. Hi, Leah. Alrighty, I got her inside. Okay, so once again, in this sample here, look at the sample that you have here. Did you follow the gap rules that I'm currently looking for? Read it. Look at it and read it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Look at how you responded right here. So each top level bullet has a blank line, not each top level bullet. Each bullet, period. Period. Each bullet has a blank line after the body. Before the next dash. So everyone needs it. Nope. So look at this one. Top level, sub bullets, no exception, are all one right after the other. They don't have the gap. They're supposed to have the gap too. Every bullet. Every bullet. You're still not doing it. Look at this one. Does it do it? This most recent response that you gave me, does it follow that? Are there gaps between the sub bullets? Every single bullet and sub bullet, every one. The ones with the indentation as well. Every single bullet. That's it. And then make sure that it has sub bullet, like indented bullets underneath the bullets for the formatting. Like, so for like any additional things that it needs in relation, so it'd be category, then sub bullets in relation to the category. And make sure that they have that space, all that stuff, and then the other rules that I added. Please make the proposal now. Thank you. God damn. Run it, and then just make sure that the bullet stuff, all these things should go within the same formatting rules that we currently have for the lines and the like the how everything is currently laid out in terms of responses. For the sub-bullet structure, can you actually add 2 indentation values? Just so it has a more definitive, it's not just like it looks like it only has a space right now. add one more space value for indentation for the sub bullets, please? Show me a sample. Nope. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, no, that's good. Yeah, sorry about that. I meant nested items. But that, as it currently is fine. This is good. This works for me. Thank you. Okay. Now, back to the actual stuff. Are there any other gaps in relation to the workflow that we were just working on for Sift? Any other important gaps? It shouldn't have anything. We covered re-ingestion, we covered a bunch of stuff. All tickets should have a details body in some way, shape, or form. They don't? There's some that don't? They should not be silently treated as root. Like in terms of like parent folder, parent task. They just happen to be something that I created before I added the body. That's pretty much how that works currently. All of them moving forward do have bodies. As you can see, there's a point where they all start having bodies. Check, just to double check. But to be honest, if it gets currently treated as a root, that is incorrect. It should pretty much bring up a question for that. Is that how it currently works? If there's an empty cluster, that means that there's no tickets. In terms of the empty cluster issue. If there's user authored decisions for the log entry, anything that's a question that has been answered is a user decision. It just happens to be added by the LLM. Am I misunderstanding that problem? dangling cross-reference to a deleted ticket, that... I mean, if it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Then it shouldn't be, then it won't consider it. That's fine. What do you think about these responses? Oh, that would never be the case. In terms of log entry clarifications, there would never be a case where I would work outside of 2Q for any of this stuff. Everything works within the workflows. A past decision being wrong? I mean, like I said, in the case of, for example, if a ticket is placed in front of another ticket, yeah, there needs to be some sort of error handling for that. So, I mean, if it needs to ask a question, it should always ask a question. I would rather a question than a false positive. What do you think of these responses? I think A. I think A. What do you think? To be honest, I think A, because it's like, I think if it asks for it, or option B, sorry. I think option B, I think it should bring up the question and then maybe add a rule that if a question has been answered the same exact way multiple times, that it can deduce it. So like, let's say if it's been answered the same exact way like 3 times. Nah. Once again, I would always rather a question than a false positive. And these are only going to be really used as consistently as the ticket actually exists, because in an ideal world, we are burning through these tickets day by day, so they only have a really short lifespan in all reality. Like, at most, a week. It should still consider it. I mean, it should still consider it. It should still grab and consider at the least, and then bring up the question. And then the question response is going to determine the actual outcome of it. What do you think of that? Run it. I like it. I would rather answer a question that just is like, keep it the same or not, yes or no, true or false. I mean, yeah, dude, fuck yes, let's go. I'm just trying to see if there's any more, but I think that should be it. I think I covered everything. Here's another thing. If it's re-ingesting, right? If it's re-sifting, then, and if it has a new ticket that is newer than the actual recently sifted date of that cluster, then it should just re-sift and make the decisions that it needs. That way it's not asked, that way that has like some sort of like automated workflow there where I don't have to answer these questions every single time, literally. I'm still trying to find a way to automate and trust it in some way, shape, or form. We're gonna work with this actually. Anything else? Dude, it's so crazy. Those fucking things come out. Why are you... What? Are these actually worth patching? The parent, it doesn't concern itself over the clusters. I actually like the Atlas extension answers now that I think about that. I like that one. C is good. B is good. Questions revolving around the cycle. Fuck. For A, all right, any last one? I think that clusters, so basically it should, so for C extension answers, it should have an action tied to it. Because remember, we're putting this in order. This is sift. So this should be able to move things between clusters if it needs to. I think, honestly, step one. So step one of the sift, honestly, should also be considering if something actually belongs in a different cluster. Just in case, like, everything is, I feel like I didn't actually have any safeties for that at all. Or maybe have like a secondary cluster check, like a part 2 of the cluster check, and then have like a question section from that, maybe. The goal is basically that the clusters are correct and it's just organizing the cluster. That should actually be it. We need a way for it to check its work. No. Sorry, this should not be. This should only be in the cluster workflow, right? So this is only happening in the cluster workflow. Yes. Yes. Yes, and in relation to what you proposed up above, yes, as long as it's inside of the cluster.md, yes. And then the other thing is, it should never extend the atlas.md file. Never. That is something that has its own workflow to build it. If it ever needs to, then it should flag it as a question, and that's a separate thing. But it should not update the actual... The atlas is the source of truth for that. Yes! It's fucking doing it, dude! Alright, I'm at 16%, but I'm still at... I'm at 2% still. What the hell is happening there? That's weird. That's weird. I think I know what it's doing. I entered 2%. That's what it is. I entered 2% after the 12%. Once I got to 12% or 10%, I entered 2% and it's not counting it. That's how it's fucking... That's probably how it's doing it. Alright, let's see. No. Alright, so I think maybe we run cluster 1B workflow before we test the sifter. What do you think about that? I'm going to clear the context window for us to be able to work on that. Agreed. Quick question. Should I run that as sub-agents per cluster? Then that way it's just doing that like in one foul swoop? Or should I manually run it once per cluster? I feel like that's going to take forever. Why per cluster? All right. Fine, let's just do it once per cluster. No, because it's like... Is it really bad to run it. I mean, what are the negative side effects of this? Just briefly, what are the negative side effects of doing the? I feel like running 20 workflows individually, one at a time, is very time consuming. But isn't it the same though as running it one at a time? It's still 20x. It's not 20x truly in the sense that it's 20 times more effort or tokens. It's still the same amount of tokens. It's just the distribution of when it happens. And then here's the other side of it though. What if we go with this, right? But then it's like you did point something out, which is it could have like contradicting points and stuff. What if it does it sub agent at a time in parallel, right? Not in parallel, sorry. Sequentially. Sequential subagents. And then the next subagent considers the previous subagent's points that were made either in the queue. There should be a cluster queue. Is there a cluster queue file? And then in relation to the ticket questionnaire, that's in relation to the clusters. Slower runtime, but at the expense of higher accuracy. Absolutely, sequential subagents wins. I'd rather slower with higher accuracy every time, 10 out of 10 times. And then we can make it so it could be run either 1B as the entire, like running it like as you know, the entire thing, or cluster by cluster. So it's like you have a choice. And then if it's cluster by cluster, then it just addresses the single cluster. And then subagents if you need to do the whole thing, or like a whole section. So just to verify though, that's assuming that it's doing clusters and not subclusters, right? Because if it's doing it, what do you think of that? And then also, you're referring to the clusters, not the subclusters, right? Let me just double check. Actually, look at the fucking clusters ticket. Ticket clusters. Cloud server 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20. All right, cool. That's actually correct. Okay, cool. Run it, make it so. Alrighty. Okay, let's run the cluster check, please. Can you confirm which step that is? And actually, can we rename it to be the cluster check? You can recall it, I think it's called 1B currently, but you can call it the cluster check. Oh. Ticket cluster verify is great. Never mind, ticket cluster verify is great. All right, let's run it. Ticket cluster verify all. Alrighty, so this is gonna be running for a while, hopefully. In an ideal world, this is running for a hot minute because this is gonna be basically the first one is just like an over like a fucking, and then this one is gonna go check each individual cluster with subagents, and then basically figure it out in relation to that, create questions, create actions, stuff like that, and then it's gonna pass it over. Basically, we gotta make sure. I was trying to clean up the cluster, and I was like, this is a cluster cleanup. I'm like, this is a whole other workflow. So basically, we should actually, and that's the important part of asking these questions and taking the time to actually fucking do this. Like, it's like you see how fast I was able to do the initial cluster setup because of all the other stuff that I set up previously. Now I'm just double checking to make sure it's right. So it's sifting again. Everything needs to be checked. Otherwise, you're just assuming it's right, and that's terrible. Terrible fucking engineering when it comes to agentic workflows. Never assume. Everything needs checks, and the checks need human input, without a doubt. That is something that we have not worked past in relation to these workflows. Like any of this stuff, it totally fucking needs it. Like it's so important. And that's why, like, the people that just kind of like push and push and push, dude, that's why all these other fucking companies, all these huge companies that are doing like all these like agentic workflows, and they have like these token leaderboards and all this shit, it's like that's how come they're finding so many bugs in everything they're doing, because they literally do not know how to engineer for this shit. It's kind of fucking insane. It's literally insane. It's so insane. Alrighty, this is gonna be running for a hot minute. I'm gonna stop recording for now. I think I'm gonna finish after this part here, and then I'm gonna start playing a game for the rest of the night. Yeah, this is gonna take a fucking minute. Jesus Christ. This is a good thing. This is a very fucking good thing. I think, to be completely honest, this is potentially the best. Just checking, actually. So, is this actually... Each sub-agent that is created should be checking the cluster queue, and it should be checking the ticket questionnaire in relation to the updated stuff, right? Just double checking this. Right. Alright. Well, we're 7 minutes into this. I think I'm going to run this. That's it for today. That is it for today. We're done. Hold on. That's it for today. This is pretty much... I'm just running this shit right now. It's going to be a hot minute before it finishes. It's just literally going to be a while. Wow, it's bugging out the fucking UI. I don't think it's actually set up to do this. Anyway, I think that this is honestly the best approach. And this is like... This is the best approach I've done so far for this stuff. To be completely honest. And like, I'm really excited about it. Like, I'm gonna call it a night with this. This is gonna be it for me tonight. I need to create a to-do list for tomorrow, which would be answer questions. Here, I'm gonna put this on here so then that way. Cluster queues, run sift, create sift check, and then answer and run answer, create sift, verify, answer, queues, run changes. Alright, that should be pretty much all the stuff that I need to do tomorrow. This is going to be running for like another hour, at least. Like, at least. I'm on R2 and I'm 10 minutes in of 20. So, like, they only get bigger from this moment on. So, one of them has 49 tickets, you know? It's like, it's going to be fucking huge. I'm curious to see. We're at 1% and 3%. So, I'm going to double check to see. To 3%. Alright, so 5-hour week, and we're gonna see how much it actually uses to run this in this way. This is not gonna be not something that we run all the time. So this is just pretty much now because I'm doing a bunch of tickets all at once. I'm 500 tickets, you know, so it's like a fuck ton of tickets. So yeah. The only question they should be answering is if they actually belong in there. It should not be ordering it, not doing it by order of operation. It's just... Is this actually checking for if it belongs. It should only be checking if it belongs in the cluster. It should not be doing order of operations. Is that true? I just need to know yes or no. All right, I feel good about this. I feel really, really good about this. All right, we're gonna find out how this shit runs. It's gonna be running for a hot minute. Literally gonna be running for a while. So here we go. All right, that's it for now. I'm gonna play a video game. I'm probably gonna get food first, to be honest. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna get food, and then we're gonna keep going. We'll play a video game for a couple of hours tonight, and then we're gonna go to bed. Anyway, I hope you have a lovely day. Well, night. I'm feeling a lot better today, which is good. It's been the last like 9 days, 10 days, 11 days since my friend passed, and I'm feeling better. And anyway, I'm gonna keep going. I hope you have a good day.